Mike, can you hear us? Mike?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud.
All right. Well, it's 6 o'clock. CATV, can you let me know when we're ready to go?
He's what?
Okay, is everybody ready to go?
They are.
Okay, Rocket texted me he's going to be a couple minutes late, but he'll just come in. All right, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, August 16th, 2022 at 6 p.m. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
Hold on, Mike, just a second. Could just for propriety's sake, could we do a roll call since you're on Zoom?
Oh, sure. So,
Thank you.
all right. I don't think I've done this before, but I will just name the board members, and if you can just say present. So Kim Souza.
Present.
Dan Fraser.
Present.
Mary Erdai.
Present.
Ali Tefengen.
Present.
Rocket. Lanny Collins. All right, so Rocket and Lanny are not there. I'm Mike Hoyt. I am present by Zoom. Okay, so if we're ready, we can do the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us?
I will.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. Local Liquor Control Board, we have no business. Then we'll get to the order of agenda. I will just note, I don't know that we have any changes to the order, but we need to be promptly into executive session by 6:45. So the time that you see for things like public comments, select board announcements, I want to hew closely to that. If there is more public comment or something like that we don't get to everyone, we can pick it back up after executive session, but I'd like to see us move through so we have this part so that we're ready to go at 6:45. So public comment, is there anyone who would like to comment? Is there anyone in the room?
Yes, I would, Mike.
Come on up to the.
Just please state your name and town of residence, please.
Good evening. My name's Scott Holmes and I live in White River Junction. First, I would like to apologize to Kim Sousa for my remarks at the last meeting stating she said the Legion group was a white supremacist. I misspoke and am publicly saying I'm sorry. Second, I misspoke about the girls' club. Alluded to Rocket's message, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
That's why I wrote everything down tonight. Lastly, as far as the doors at the Bugby Center,
I think you have something going on.
as far as the doors at the Bugby Center, I'd like to know, does town own the building?
Yes.
Okay. So to clarify, town owns the building. If so, why do we need to vote and worry about putting ADA accessible doors on a building that you own that is being leased by a senior citizen? I think you're looking for a lawsuit if somebody does get hurt there and you don't have ADA accessible doors on that building, seeing as you're the owner. If I was to build something in the town and went through planning board, you would request that if it was a public building that I would have to install ADA and be compliant with the rules. Why is the town of Hartford not compliant with these rules? That's all I have to say. And
Thank you, Scott.
we shouldn't be putting it off and putting it off. It should be something that is taken care of. We need to take care of our seniors.
Thanks, Scott. We are going to take up that issue, I believe possibly next meeting to discuss reallocating current budgeted funds to pay for that. So that's something that's on our agenda and we appreciate you bringing it up to us again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Yeah.
Joe Major, White River Junction. We are going into probably one of the most tedious times of the select board, and that is budget season. And to complicate things, you will have more money dedicated to you because of the ARPA funds. And so I want to stress a couple of things that we should look at going into this season. One is the roads in Hartford. We live in Vermont. And because we live in Vermont, potholes and the deterioration of our roads have been exponential for quite a while. In 2015, and prior to that, the select board would dedicate a specific amount, about $1 million for roads. I think you should look hard at dedicating more than that because of the unfortunate part of we haven't gone through COVID and supply chain issues. The second thing I want to talk about is the transfer station. We right now do not have a plan because soon that transfer station is going to close and we have no plan for the cleanup of it. We have a condemned house on that property and we have to have some kind of cleanup and some kind of plan for that. You have some money that is given to you all of a sudden by the federal government. And I think at least a plan should be dedicated to fixing the transfer station. Now, when I was on the select board, the chair, the current chair, and myself went back and forth with parking meters. I am going to try to advocate for parking meters for downtown businesses. Unfortunately, the TIF money that was originally slotted, the $10 million that was slotted for a possible parking ramp has been spent. This is a stopgap for that problem that businesses in White River are trying to solve. And lastly, a little over a year ago, we had to take over 2 cemeteries. God love Kim Parker. He's right now overseeing two cemeteries that when he decides to get on a yacht and go sail the South Pacific, he's going to turn that over to us. And I don't know if we have a plan to satisfy the operation of that. Do we have the software for that? What is our plan going forward? I know that the ARPA funds, we don't even know how much ARPA funds that we're going to get. So what we have to do at this point is what are the most important things? And I know last night you looked at and prioritized some of those things. What you're going to have to do is unfortunately not necessarily do the sexy things, but do the things that improve the day-to-day living of the people in this town. So I implore you, roads and paving isn't something that gets people danders up, but it improves the lives of the people in this community. So I can't stress enough that I want a significant portion of these funds to go towards the improvement of the roads here in Hartford. Thank you very much for your time. And hopefully, Mr. Chair, you will think long and hard about parking meters.
Thank you, Joe. Your comments are much appreciated by the board. Lanny, are you holding your hand up?
Yeah, point of clarification, Joe. We only accepted 1 cemetery and not 2.
Yeah.
So, and actually, Ken Parker, he has the lower and upper, just Hartford Cemetery. So it's 1 cemetery, two big sections. So just clarification purposes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for the clarification, Lanny. It's appreciated. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to speak?
Nope.
Seeing none. Do we have anyone on Zoom? I think I saw one hand up on Zoom at least.
We do. Marie, you could go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I just want, last night I, sort of listened in on everything, and this is all very new and interesting to me. What I did find surprising is that there is absolutely nothing on this list that has to do with dealing with the unhoused and the homeless. And that is a major issue in this town. And just because the approval went through for the building, it is not going to take care of the problem. And as a town, we need to look ahead as to how we are going to deal with the rising homeless situation in our town, because everybody is coming here because of the Haven. So I'm really very surprised that that is not on the list. And, there's many options. I suggested the town donate some land where people could tent, put up some porta potties for the time being. There's also the individual huts that I've seen through some other, the Burlington does these individual huts, Seattle does these individual huts. And then, of course, there's the RV idea, which I don't think is a good idea at all. But I really feel this needs to go to a townwide vote. We on Hartford Avenue are getting dumped with the mall. It's not a good thing. And there's going to be more right behind them. So I don't know what the long-term plan is. I mean, if you want all these homeless to come here and you're keep making accommodations for them, other communities are not going to step up because they know Hartford will put it all through. So I'm all for helping. We need a long-term plan. This is not going away. And I know Lanny had commented a couple of times about it's not a select board issue. It is a select board issue. It's a town issue. And we need to look at that. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marie. We appreciate that. Yeah, it's that's something, definitely the housing, the unhoused, that's on our mind. I think when it comes to budget stuff, a lot of the stuff we can do to help address a problem, deals with zoning, permitting, things like that. The budget stuff, it's certainly, it's something we will take into consideration as we go through the budget. I don't know how much, we actually just spend on issues like housing, but it's something we will definitely keep in mind. One of our priorities, of course, is community safety, which we talked about a little bit last night, which encompasses a lot of things. And certainly, adequate shelter, things like that are something that are a concern with us. So I appreciate your comments.
Can I
Kim?
also, Marie, that list that we were referring to last night was a previous year that we're looking to update it. So it's not been finalized. And we will discuss it again, I think, on August 23rd. So if there are specific budget related things that we want to include in there, it's not too late for that.
Thank you, Kim. So anyone else on Zoom with their hand up?
No.
Okay, well, thanks, everyone. We will move on to select board comments and announcements. I would say, why don't we start with Kim and then work our way across the room to Lanny.
Thanks. I think I would just like to ask if there's any select board members that were all interested in the VLCT welcoming and engaging communities cohort. Like, if you have any interest whatsoever, please let me know as soon as possible, because otherwise, myself and Allie have expressed interest. We're hoping Tracy might participate, but we need to submit letters of support. The deadline is coming up for the application process. So if it's something of any interest to anyone, just let me know. Otherwise, the opportunity is going to be passed. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mary?
I'm good also.
Okay, Allie?
I'm good.
Rocket?
I have a comment, of course. I was thinking last night about assessments and then Marie's comments today about unhoused and homeless in our community and so forth. And I've been having conversations around that and how those things connect. And just thinking about how does someone end up in Hartford homeless? And I think there's probably, in my mind, I think there's two ways. One is they start homeless elsewhere and they make their way to Hartford. And the second is that they have a house in Hartford and then they end up not having a house and therefore becoming homeless. And in either case, those people need support. I'm very supportive of trying to find solutions to that. But I was thinking about how a lot of times our solutions are focused at what is the obvious problem, which is we see people outside, and that is a very real and obvious problem. But I also wanted to sort of reflect a little bit about how many people, and I don't have good statistics on this, and maybe Tracy, if you can help us figure out how to understand this a little better, how many people are in our community that are living right on the margin and maybe living with this persistent stress of, as we all know, across America, many people are living paycheck to paycheck. How many of those people are in our own town? What is it that we can do as a select board to support them? There is obviously from the state level, I think my understanding is at the state level, some sort of income sensitivity where people under a certain income threshold are exempted from property taxes. However, we also know that people who are less wealthy tend to be renters, not homeowners. And people who are homeowners may well have to pay that property tax because they would not be exempted, pass that on through rental costs to their tenants. So these are real costs that I think a lot of people who are living on the margin in our community, as well as elsewhere, but specifically here in Hartford, are having to contend with. So I was thinking a lot about this and trying to figure out, I just wanted to bring it up as a sort of a compassionate conversation with the select board to say, when I think about assessments and myself personally being fired up about assessments and making sure that our town is being reassessed as accurately as possible, it gives us a better sense. First off, it may redistribute the way that taxes are applied across town. But secondly, it also gives us a more accurate picture that we're operating off of, so let's say 2022 instead of 2017 in terms of what our grand list really is. In terms of helping us understand what is it that we need to do to support these people, identifying, having a better understanding of that landscape and the data of where these people are living right on the margin of at threat of becoming homeless. Because even if they never become homeless, to live in a society or where people feel that fear, that very real existential fear year after year is inhumane, in my opinion. So I think that I was thinking about that as a broader conversation about how these things connect. So Kim, I appreciate you bringing that up yesterday in terms of the values, and Maria, I appreciate you bringing this up as well in terms of the comment today. Switching gears, there's the VLCT Town Fair coming up at Killington. My understanding is that towns can send someone to represent that town. I wanted to sort of openly express my interest in that, but again, also be deferential to anyone on the board that might also be interested in that. So just to raise that as a topic.
Is it limited to just one representative?
No.
No, because any of us can.
Oh, is it
I think
really?
we all can sign
Oh,
up if we
okay.
want to.
Well, it's
Yeah.
all
Great.
good.
I want to
Okay,
count on that as well.
Great. Okay. I must have misread that. And then well, I guess the last thing I have is more for town manager report. It's about police, but just wanted to thank the town staff for working so hard. And just comment as always that it's a great honor to serve this town. Just really wake up every day and just think it's a really amazing honor to be here. So thank you all. And then last thing is Bugby Doors. I hope we can get that on next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocket. The Bugby Doors will be on next week. As I mentioned, if people are listening to and you rent, there is a thing called the renter's rebate based on the idea that landlords take your rent and pay your property tax. So just in case people are interested and they don't know about that rebate, it's something that exists. Lanny.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I wanted to follow up on something that was discussed last night in terms of the budget process. And I know that I tried to get this across last night and I didn't do a very good job of explaining what I was getting at. So when I talked about the budget process and my concerns with it, what I have for an issue with the budget process as we move forward is that if we have different department heads that come before us and present their budgets, we write down issues where we talk about the issues that we have with the department heads and with the town manager and with our finance director, and we clarify it there. And the problem that I have with that scenario is that, and this is a worst case scenario, I guess you can say it, is that say that Public Works comes, or not Public Works, say that Parks and Rec comes first before Public Works does. And Parks and Rec have a great item that they would like for us to purchase in their budget. And we all agree that we should do this for Parks and Rec. But then later on, a month later, Public Works comes to us and they have a much higher priority item that needs to be replaced. Well, we've already basically given a green light for the Parks and Rec. And so if we can take some funding or have some funding not go to Parks and Rec for this great thing that, yes, they would need it, but they can do without it, and put that towards Public Works, I think we should have that ability to do so. But yet, because we've already given the green light to Parks and Rec ahead of time, it's hard to go back and revisit that again. So in the past, we've always, in previous town managers, there's been a session where you sit down and you hear all the department heads present and you write down the ideas that you want to bring back, and then we can hash this out at a later date. And I bring this up because of what happened last year with the police department, not police department, the fire department, and the 4 firefighters. We didn't have time enough to get the information that we needed because it was pushed through. And if we had had the time to get the information from the fire chief, as far as if we had 3 firefighters or 2 firefighters, what that would have done for the budget, that would have given us a little more opportunity to put money that we could have put towards other items in the town that were higher priority for the select board. And we just don't have that time or that ability to do that now. And it's a food for thought for everybody to think about that happening, because you've already gave your all to say a Parks and Recreation idea. Not that it's a not willing department, but then you have this greater need come up later on in the budget process. And you've already basically, you sold the milk and now you're giving the cow away. And I don't know if there's a better way to address this, but there's just a concern that I had that we've covered it in the past by withholding discussion until the very end.
Can I respond?
Please.
Okay, Mike. I think that it isn't a full green light until that final wrap up session that we have where, so I think, and, we'll have the entire draft budget prior to each presentation. So basically, we do have an opportunity to kind of look at all the pieces before we officially green light something. And I think during those presentations, we can be enthusiastic about something like, for example, parking meters. And then in the final wrap up, say, well, we need to give up something to get something. So this is what we're going to do. And I think there is that opportunity. If you have a recommendation for a better process, for which I don't think the budget session is tedious. I rather enjoy it, Mr. Major. But it is, I think it is a massive thing, and we need to look at it both as a whole and the piece by piece with departments.
If I may, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Lenny.
If we take the presentations that come before us and we absorb those presentations, rather than having the discussion on them, we can streamline this by getting all of the information from all department heads. And then we can have 2 weeks of deliberating, perhaps, because there's a lot of time involved with asking of questions. And if we all do our due diligence ahead of time and submit questions via email, we can get this process over and still have time to hash out priority of this department over this priority of this department. So it's imperative to me to make sure that we fund the departments correctly with their needs. And the process that I think happened last year is that there were things that were not given as the kind of emphasis that they could have received due to the fact that we tried to cram it in under 2 weeks. And I was told that there was a last ditch effort that I was trying to do, and I shouldn't have done it. But I just think that we have to have time to deliberate and look at the budget in a more comprehensive, broad view at the end of the session, because we're not doing our diligence for the taxpayers or for the departments. That's all I have to say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Lanny. And certainly, I think we're all open to any process improvements board members want to suggest. I want to make sure everybody's comfortable with the process. So just something to think about as we go through it. My comment, I've heard a lot of good things about the skateboarding event race that took place, I think a couple of weeks ago on Noise Lane. So I think that was great, and that's about it. All right. So
sorry, can I want to add to my comment. Half of that was the skateboard thing. I went and it was awesome. They did a really good job. Every neighbor I spoke to was extremely happy. The skateboarders were extremely professional in terms of their conduct in the neighborhood. They cleaned up right away. They just did an excellent job. No, there were no serious injuries. They just really through and through. They 5 p.m. road closure was expired, and they had the gates open. It was just to a T, a really, really well done operation. So I want to speak in advocacy of that. And then we just went through the elections. And so I wanted to make sure that we acknowledged Lisa O'Neill for managing a terrific elections process and primary day. So.
Okay, now we'll move on to appointments. There are no appointments, so we'll go to the town manager's report. So I'll turn that over to you, Tracy. I don't know if you have any update on like the water main you want to mention right at the top.
Yeah.
It's all yours.
Yep. Sorry, everyone. COVID hangs on. Last night, there was a massive water main break. It was not on the town side. It appears to be on private property. But the fire marshal and the fire crew estimated that we had between 300 and 400,000 gallons of water flow into a building on North Main Street. What we did immediately is turned off power. Excuse me, for any of you who are familiar with what electricity and water do, that's the first safety concern that we have. We also got the water turned off. Thank you to Evan Ecker and Kai Eastman for coming back and getting their call in and taking care of that as quickly as possible. It was flowing at a really high rate and we are in the middle of a drought, so we wanted to stop that water from flowing. Right now where we're at is that building is shut down. It is not cleared for occupancy. It does not have water service and it does not have electrical service. The fire marshal is working with the building owner to assess the structural integrity of the building because of the sheer amount and force of the water that came into that basement. And then they'll be evaluating the fire safety system, so the sprinkler system, making sure that that's operational and the electrical service. So at this time, we don't know when we're going to be able to allow occupants back in that building. But the fire marshal is working diligently to clear those issues up with the property owner. All right. Today and yesterday, we had our top 2 candidates for the police chief search come in for a full day of interviews. Yes, you hear me say 2. By the time we scheduled this week, the 3rd candidate had found another job. That's how quickly some of the sectors of public sector employment are working these days. I want to thank Scott Hausler, Scott Cooney, Paula Nolte, and Connie Kelly, and really the whole staff down there at PD and Fire for taking people on tours, doing interviews with them. I have not had a chance to check in with everyone who did interviews over the 2 days. So over the next few days, I'm going to be doing that, checking in with individuals and then and making a decision likely. The next step for this, for those of you who are new to hiring at this level, is a full background check. So those take time. Having been on both sides of this, they look at your whole life. They look at your credit score and they call your friends and neighbors and your references and look at your entire personal and professional history. So that does take a little bit of time, and that's the next option. At this point, we go quiet again with who might be going through background. Because that is a very personal process, and they may decline to continue with background, or we may decline to continue with them. So we'll have another update once that person goes through background and is cleared through background. I wanted to give out a really big thanks to Main Street Museum for inviting me to Pride. We had a lot of fun, and we're already looking forward to next year. And then I also wanted to thank Jeremy Delisle, Chip Haley, and Knott's Excavating. They were out there on Friday, making sure that the parade route was smooth, was as dust-free as possible, and just was really supportive about getting the roadway great. And I heard from the organizers that the road looked great. So really excited about that. And I want to remind everyone that taxes are due the first installment by August 19th, 2022. You can make those in person between 8 to 5 at Town Hall. You can also do them online, and you can mail them to Town Hall as well. With the issues that USPS continues to have with staffing, we do caution people that your postmark has to be on or before August 19th, 2022. So dropping it in the post bin on August 19th may not result in a postmark, and we are required by state statute to go by that postmark. So if you think you're going to be close, you think it's going to be tight to that deadline, either consider doing it online or stop by town hall between 8 and 5 and someone will take your money. Many thanks not only to Lisa O'Neill and Sherry West for their second and not yet finished number of elections this year. They're going to have 3 this year, but also the Board of Civil Authority. They get out there and they set up the gym and they clean up the tabulators and they make sure everybody has what they need. And it's just a big day for people. It's about, it's well over 16 hours from when Lisa and the BCA arrive at town hall in the dark and when they come back in to put the tabulators away. And they are going to do this 3 times this year. So we're very thankful for everyone who steps up and does that work. And finally, you know, we made it, we did it, we had the pool, we opened it despite all of the difficulties getting lifeguards, and the facility will be operational through August 27th if we can continue with our current staffing levels. So many thanks to Vincent Beckley, who is our certified pool operator, and all of the lifeguards that pitched in, and also to the Quechee Club and UVAC for loaning us lifeguards, finding us lifeguards, helping us get those certified. So we're looking forward already to 2023 and hoping, fingers crossed, that we get a few more lifeguards on board so that way we can keep the pool open longer and for more hours next season. That's it for me, and happy to entertain questions. I know that we got 7 minutes until we got to turn it over to something else.
Any questions for Tracy?
Tracy, I have a quick question. I was looking through your report and noticed that police calls are up to 600 over this bi-weekly period. Are the police okay? Are we doing okay? It just seemed like a huge jump over what we usually get in the 200 to 300 range.
You know, I haven't heard anything, and I do speak with not only Acting Chief Kelly, but just various individuals of the police department as well. You know, it could be a number of outside factors, including outside events, people getting outside. Unfortunately, that tends to result in more calls, both just because people are worried about noise or disorderly conduct, or because people are actually getting a little heated and a little grumpy. So I haven't heard that there was really anything unusual that they think has some sort of correlation on this one.
Okay, thank you.
Mike? Yeah.
Go ahead, Lenny.
Thank you. Yeah, Tracy, I wanted to follow up. We had 2 meetings in a row where we had citizens come in and offer concerns about potential drug trafficking on Latham Works Lane. And I'd like to know if, I posed the question to you in terms of, from a health perspective, if we could do anything about that. And the other question I guess I had, I just lost my train of thought. Yeah, about that, I guess. Oh, and the other thing is, yes, and I know it's been short notice, but there was concerns about lighting both on Latham Works Lane and Demers Ave. And I'm just curious if you had a chance to check into the lighting situation, but more primarily about the potential drug activity and what our influence can be for that. That's a vital concern to me, along with a number of citizens that we have in town.
Yeah, Lanny. So I spoke with Tom Peltier before I got COVID, and now he is neck deep in an issue down there on Main Street. And the only course of action is a dilapidated building ordinance, which is predominantly used for abandoned, unsafe buildings where towns want to actually tear them down. So it's not an avenue for us to take ownership away from the property owner who was at public comment and take over possession of that building. I spoke with the fire marshal as well as the acting chief of police, acting Lieutenant Moody, acting Lieutenant Howell, and the health officer, and they all agreed that that's not an avenue that we necessarily can take, and that it's not abandoned, it's not a health hazard, and that it's not falling down, and it's not something that we would take possession of and then pull down or demolish.
I totally agree with your assessment on that. But I do question, have you had the chance to maybe have some increased patrols down in that area on Latham Works Lane?
That is one of our directed patrol areas, and it is where we have, I'm hedging my bets on how much I can say in public meeting, because I did
You
get
don't
an
need
update.
to, don't say how much you have, because nobody needs to know that. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that our enforcement is increased a little bit.
Very much so.
yeah. Okay, and then what about the lighting situation?
That was about, what, 24 hours ago? So no, I haven't been able to check in, but it's on my check-in list for the Public Works Department, because some poles are owned by GMP or Green Mountain Power. Some poles are leased to GMP, but owned by us. And like everything around here, it depends on which exact street we're looking at as to who does what where. So it's on my check-in list. Probably by the time we meet again, I'll have a little bit more of an update.
Thank you. Proper lighting is very very useful for public safety. And if those people get a sense of being more secure in their environments because of the lighting, I'm all for it. So please continue on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lanny. Any board members have any other questions for Tracy right now? Okay, hearing none, we will go on to the board reports, motions, and ordinances. So we have a Parks and Recreation Month declaration. Like we normally do, I think I will read this into the record. And then I think that's all we have to do, right? I don't think we have to vote on it. All right. Designation of July is Park and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the town of Hartford. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation is a leading provider of healthy meals, nutrition services, and education. And whereas Park and Recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the town of Hartford recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources, now therefore be it resolved by the Hartford Select Board that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the town of Hartford. All right, well, thank you, of course, to everyone, Parks and Rec. I think that was a great summary of all the benefits that they bring.
Mr.
All right.
Chair?
Yep, go ahead, Lanny.
Yeah, I'm all for this. I just have a question about why are we getting this now instead of doing it like in July? I mean,
I'm not quite sure, but we are designating last month as Parks and Rec Month. I don't know if it was just it just didn't get to us till now or what, but
it missed the deadline. They had a lot of stuff going on, but we wanted to make sure that we did this for them. So got it in as soon as we could in August.
so going forward, will this automatically be like a thing that we have of July being Parks and Rec Month, or have we got to make this declaration every year?
You make it every year. So declarations like this, you do every year for that year. So you basically declared July 2022 Parks and Rec Month.
I just asked maybe next year it can get a little higher up on the priority list. Like,
Yeah, we'll work with Parks and Rec to make sure that they're not so swamped that they forget about themselves.
Yeah.
All
It's
right,
well deserved for Parks and Rec. Thank
Great.
you.
Well, we are right on time. Our executive session will start at 6:45. So if we do a motion now, we'll have a few minutes to file in there and get ready. So I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law requirements, that the select board enter into executive session to discuss the employment, appointment, or evaluation of a public officer under the provisions of Title I, Section 313(1)(3) of the Vermont Statutes.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second.
So we're coming back out. Wait a minute, we're going back out to do climate action plan.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
definitely on it.
Yeah. Once we come out of executive session, we have the climate action plan and then commission reports and consent agenda. So
Okay, all right.
we'll come back to those. All right. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Well, we will now go into executive session. You almost ready to come back?
You ready for a motion to come out of executive session?
I'm ready.
We might need a little more volume on there. Mr. Chair, I move that we exit executive session. Second.
All right, so we've got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're out of
Can you turn your
executive.
volume down? Because we can't hear you very well at the moment.
Sorry, was it my volume?
Yes. That's
Am I
really
too-
better.
Am I too loud?
A little bit.
Like 1 notch or 2 notches down?
No, Mike, you were too quiet. And now you're slightly too loud.
No, I'm too loud.
Now
Okay.
You're good.
I just talk normally, you're fine.
Goldilocks.
So I was kind of yelling. So we're out of executive session. We took no formal action. We have nothing to vote on. So we will resume with our agenda. And that is the Climate Action Plan, FY24 operating budget priorities. And for that, we have Dana Clausen. Dana?
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Dana.
So how is my volume?
Great.
All right, great. So I know it's past some folks' bedtime, so I'm going to get right into what we got here. The first thing that I put in the board agenda this week was to dissolve the Climate Action Committee, as the Climate Action Steering Team has really taken on a bulk of their work, and not only the bulk of their work, but also the momentum and membership has all kind of shifted towards the Climate Action Steering Team. It's their wish to remain a working group and then just move under the Energy Commission. And I wanted to make a request that the board support that, or at least that we could discuss that and hear folks' thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Dana. Yeah, just a kind of a question and query, maybe, for the board, like the justification for dissolving the Climate Advisory Committee and then kind of working it into what's already functioning as the CAST makes sense. I guess the only question I would have is just in terms of potential committee applicants in the future, like for instance, if the current CAST members, if their terms are up at a certain point, or some of them may step away from their respective committees, and that we'd know that there would still be a functioning CAST, if that makes sense. So for instance, like if someone from the rep from the Planning Commission is no longer representing the Planning Commission at a certain point, and then a new person fills that role, are they automatically then part of the CAST? Like just to make sure that we still have, when we have different committee turnover from these committee reps, that we still have representation, like strong representation in the CAST, because I wouldn't want to lose that, because CAST is very critical. So that's just my thought, and wonder what folks think about that.
I had basically, my questions were also around the membership, and first question would be, and I guess I don't know if Dana is able to answer that question that Ally had, if we want to start with that, or is it us that would answer that? Or
It feels like what's your question?
Yeah, one question is, were the CAST members were appointed, they were not, they were appointed by the town manager, not by the select board, correct?
CAST members, and this was kind of already in motion when I came out in October, but the CAST members were basically, they're all members of existing commissions or committees that were recruited when folks went to those committees and commissions and said, hey, who would like to be a member of the CAST? And folks stepped forward to join the working as a working team. So it wasn't exactly appointed as much as it was looking for volunteers to step forward and make I believe it was a 2-year commitment that was asked of them.
And so is it, if they're a working group of the Energy Commission,
Mhm.
so this working group would report to the Energy Commission?
Right, so it was originally set up as a working group under the Climate Action Committee.
Mm.
Or, Climate Advisory Committee,
Advisory committee, right?
right. And
It's
yeah, we
the-
just switched that to heck.
Because I mean, I don't think we get frequent, I mean, one of the things we had talked about at one point was having more frequent kind of interactions with the different commissions and committees. So I think if we were gonna do something like this, it would be interesting to have more communication with the Energy Commission, like we have had in the past with the Climate Advisory Group and with CAS, like more frequent updates. And maybe that comes through you, Dana. Like, are you are you a staff liaison with the Energy Commission already?
I am.
And with CAST as well?
Yep.
And so I guess my only hesitation, I mean, we just went through that whole situation with the housing committee that there was a lot of dissatisfaction that the ad hoc group was just appointed. And so we made it a real point to make sure that the members of the standing committee were applicants to the select board and had that process. So I don't want to be hypocritical and say, well, but it's okay for this group to just be an appointed group. So if anyone has any thoughts about that, and then that would also, I guess, coincide. I mean, I have no question that these are all excellent candidates, and if they're willing to do this work, I'm delighted. But I kind of think we might want to go through the formality of having them apply to be on this group.
Okay.
Lanny has his hand up, Mike.
Lanny?
Yeah, so I have concerns about the makeup of this current committee too, in that I see everyone except for, I'm gonna butcher the name, Carolyn Hooper Gutink, who is the only part of the Climate Advisory Committee, and she doesn't have another committee or commission that she is part of in the town. And I really want to make sure that if we dissolve this committee, that we just immediately appoint her to the Climate Action Steering Team, because I think it's valuable that we show appreciation for this woman's service to the town and place her in, transfer her to a role on the Climate Advisory or Climate Action Steering Team if she so chooses. So I would make that recommendation to the board that we automatically place her in that role if she chooses to be there. We can make that part of the motion. And that's the biggest thing to me that I have as far as making sure that we have everyone on board.
Carolyn is on the Zoom and has their hand raised.
Oh, great. I'd like to hear from her.
We'd like, is that okay?
Yeah, bring her over.
My apologies, Carolyn, for butchering your name.
Okay, Carolyn, go ahead if you're ready.
Hi there. Thank you, Lanny. You did a great job. No problem. And I actually go by Carolyn Hooper.
Okay.
I appreciate your appreciation and would absolutely love to stay on CAST. And if the select board decides that it wants, it's necessary for members of CAST to be on another more formal standing committee or commission, then I would happily look for one of those to either the Energy Commission or Resilient Hartford or something like that to be part of that, because I do want to remain on board. This is a very, very important something very important to me, and I would like to remain a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn.
That's my question.
And that actually would, may I jump in? Like that actually would resolve, I'm glad you brought up Lanny, because like all those other members have applied through the board already to be on their commissions, and this is just a working group. So, I mean, I would recommend that Carolyn submit an application to either Resilient Hartford or Conservation Commission or Energy Commission, and then serve on the working group of CAST.
I don't think that I would like to even see that. I would like to just see her transition to the Climate Action Steering Team.
Just with an application?
Just no application, which it's in the board's authority to appoint her to the Climate Action Steering Team without having to go through a process. And if you're okay with that, Carolyn, if you're still on board, and if we just appoint you to the Climate Action Steering Team, would you accept the position?
Yes, I would.
Okay,
Are you not on it already?
I am on, yes, I am on it already. And I came on board because I was and still am part of the Climate Advisory Committee, which is what's being dissolved. And so in theory, I've gone through the process, and it's just that and rather than me leaving a committee and coming on board CAST without another committee backing me, the committee that's backing me is actually what's disappearing. So
So you're on CAST right now. We're just
correct, and I have been
we may
since
get rid of the committee you're on.
yeah, I have been on CAST since the beginning, and I've been part of the climate action planning and climate action plan since the beginning with Pale Blue Dot.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
So
Could I yeah, I would also feel comfortable with that suggestion, Lanny. And then in terms of, especially because Carolyn has already also applied to a committee, and then it's, just that we would be making the decision to dissolve it and move it, into a working group, and that the committee or the commission that I would propose that Carolyn be transferred over to would be the Energy Commission, if this is the working group of that committee. And then just to kind of maybe go back to my original kind of question and comment might be, I don't necessarily feel the need for folks to like reapply or resubmit applications. All of these folks who are already been working so amazingly as part of CAST would just be like a sort of like meta request for us just moving forward to know that when there is this turnover with these various committees and commissions, which there will be, to just make sure that like we're tracking and maybe your support on this, Dana, too, would be helpful, just that we're making sure that there's still, when there is that turnover, a robust CAST working group that always is maintained so that we keep that work going.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion if you'll entertain one.
wait a minute.
Carolyn has a question or a comment. Carolyn, do you want to?
Yeah, just one more thing to clarify, Ally. I think even though it would be under the Energy Commission, if I needed to move formally to another commission or committee, my preference would actually be the Conservation Commission or Resilient Hartford, because they have projects that are much closer to my skill set and that I'd like to be involved in, if that suits the board.
Follow up.
Lanny has his hand up.
Lanny?
Yeah, Carolyn, what is your tenure date in terms of the CAST committee right now?
Dana, you'll have to correct me on this, but I think we talked informally about CAST being sort of a 2-year thing. But again, it's not something that we formally voted on. Dana, correct me if I'm wrong on that. That was just sort of the general sense that we were asking people to commit to about 2 years.
That's correct.
So it's either, Carolyn, it's either Resilient Hartford, or what's the other one?
Or Conservation Commission. Either one of those would be my preference if the board felt like I needed to be backed by another formal committee as opposed to just being on CAST for the time being.
And I'm not sure who the liaisons are to these committees, but
I'm the liaison
for both of those?
Conservation.
I'm Resilient Hartford.
And how many members are in each committee of those?
Boy.
I'd have to look back, but
I know.
what's percolating in my brain is actually one of the commission reports I'm going to share later is that there still is an open spot on Resilient Hartford.
Okay.
I would maybe just want to, just for communication's sake, like check in with that committee just to say like, hey, would you, this is the situation and would you feel comfortable? And again, like if that suits Carolyn and suits the committee, but also
I think
conservation.
we have between 6 and 8.
So could Resilient Hartford use another person?
I believe they could, like they're looking for another person.
So-
Again, like just more for like wanting to be, in clear communication, since this is a unique situation, I would want to let them know what's going on. And if they had any strong objection, I don't think they would, but I would still want to ask them. But I could see that being a potential great solution.
Why wouldn't we just follow the regular process and have Carolyn apply for a vacancy on one of these committees? She's already on CAST. All we have to do is dissolve the Climate Advisory Committee and she's still on it if she wants to apply for one. This seems a little out of order to just put someone on a committee without going through the process.
I just don't.
Tracy has her hand up.
I just don't want to lose her expertise.
Lizzie?
So we're all gonna meet next week. So, again, sorry for the frog in my throat. So it sounds like what we could do is Dana could reach out to Carolyn, get her an application for a committee. She can reach out to one of those two committees, and then we can bring this forth to you all on Tuesday and get this moving right along. It would just be about a week of just a little bit of no landing spot for Carolyn, but I happen to know she's a pretty tough, resilient person, so I think she'll be able to handle that uncertainty for about a week.
Are you okay with
And
this,
in the
Carolyn?
meantime, she's still on cast. So
Yep.
Are you okay with that, Carolyn?
She's now.
we can try and get her back.
No. I really don't. I just hate the idea of losing anyone that's willing to step up.
Well, Lanny, if someone can't wait a week, then maybe.
I don't
I
think,
know.
yeah,
I know, I agree, I agree, I
appreciate
agree.
that,
I'm just saying
yeah.
that as
Carolyn?
I'm just saying as a point of reference, that's all.
Yes,
Yeah.
I am here. I'm willing to be like in the fog for a week, but I'm not. There's a cast meeting tomorrow night and I have every intention of being there. So I do not plan on leaving that.
Nope,
and
you're
so there'll be
still a
cast
member of
meeting.
cast.
Yeah.
You're a
That's not
cast
it.
member.
Lanny, you're not going to lose me.
Yeah.
All right, so do we want to hold off on dissolving the team till next week? Or does it really matter to people? I mean,
We're fine.
I think we can
We're
do
doing
it.
it.
We can do it now.
Let's do it.
Let's do the deed.
Organizationally, it doesn't matter.
okay.
Carolyn's gonna get a spot, so.
I'll take a motion if anyone wants to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Lenny.
let's get back to it, sorry. I'd like to make a motion that the Hartford Select Board officially dissolve the Climate Advisory Committee and that the Hartford Select Board approve the Climate Action Steering Team as a working group of the Hartford Energy Commission. As a working group of the Energy Commission, the Climate Action Steering Team will continue to follow open meeting law and have a select board liaison.
I second the motion.
We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Right.
Opposed? Doesn't sound like it. It's unanimous. All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Yes, thank you, Carolyn. That's great. Okay, so Dana, we'll go back to you on the climate action plan update and the budget stuff.
Sure. So I'm gonna just steal the screen here to do a PowerPoint presentation. Da, da, da. So tonight, I'm presenting on a little bit of what we've been doing, what we got for the next year, and then really the big focus is on the 2024 budget as we start to do the planning for that. I do want to say up front that I'm going to go echo what Joe Major said earlier about things aren't always going to be kind of shiny and new and exciting as much as doing what we need to do, but through the CAP lens. So doing it with the least amount of greenhouse gas output and as sustainably as possible. And what we've really been focused on at a municipal level is our buildings and vehicles. This is from the Pale Blue Dots Climate Action Plan for Hartford. In their assessment, they found that a majority of our emissions are from our buildings and streetlights and from our vehicles. So as you can see there, about 72, almost 73% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from one of those two sources, basically buildings or our vehicles. So this next upcoming year, one of the things we're going to be doing is we're going to be partnering with the University of New Hampshire's Carbon Clinic. This is going to be, they're going to, right now I'm collecting a lot of data on our electricity, energy, and vehicle usage. And basically what they're going to do is put it into a computer modeling program, the SciMap there in the lower left-hand corner. And that's going to be able to generate kind of like what Pale Blue Dot did, but in a turnkey fashion. We'll get to continue to add in and tweak that as the years go on. That's going to allow us to assess our reductions. It's going to keep us honest and put us in line with more of a standard form of carbon accounting. And it's also going to help us decide where's the biggest bang for our buck, because with this system, we'll be able to go in and say, hey, if we insulate this building, we get X amount of reduction. If we move this kind of vehicles, we get this kind of reduction. Where do we want to put our efforts? We're also going to be working with the Vermont Clean Cities Coalition. This is a UVM program that does fleet assessments. So they're going to look at our vehicles and heavy machinery, and they're going to look at the mileage and amount of work that they've got on them, when we're probably going to replace them, and what the best alternatives are for those vehicles. We are not in a spot where we can go electric with everything. The folks there at Clean Cities Coalition are very honest
You frozen, Dana.
about this. And, you know, they vehicles during the time that could be possibly hybrids, that could be liquid natural gas, something that has a lower emissions until we get an electric, low emissions, no emissions option. So that's two of the things we're going to be starting, that we're just starting with now. Two of the other things that we're looking at doing this year is, well, one has been done. I just really want to give a shout out to Molly Smith from the Hartford Energy Commission and the Vermont Law School. They put together this driving electric vehicle guide, which is very specific to the Upper Valley. There's still some hard copies floating around Town Hall if anybody wants one. And there is, it is a PDF that's very accessible. If you just Google driving electric Vermont Upper Valley, you'll find the link to that PDF. That basically has all the rebates, information on charging. Really, the guide really looks to demystify what it's like to drive electric and where you can get the most up-to-date rebates. And then keep in mind that a lot of things will be changing soon, and rebates will be changing and hopefully getting better. The other thing that the Energy Commission is really excited about and looking to do and do some fundraising for is providing a Trailblazers program, hopefully in the spring. This is a job training program for women that provides them with construction and training, and also energy related construction training. We're excited about this because not only does it open the field to people who are non-traditionally in that field, but also we've got a real issue in the Upper Valley with finding folks who can do the energy efficiency side of construction. People aren't familiar with those techniques. And also, as I mentioned before, it's really hard for us to even find somebody to do a blower door, which is a very common test in the Upper Valley, because not a lot of communities require it. And it's makes a huge difference to how builders can identify air leakage in new and existing homes and address the air leakage of a home, which is a major source of air loss. So folks at in the Energy Commission now are talking about possible fundraising ideas for this, and possibly some folks are going to advocate for ARPA funds. But we're looking to do this with Heartland Energy Commission. The program itself is about $30,000. It trains 12 to 20 women. I believe it's a 14 to 17 week training program, provides them stipends, childcare, things of that nature. So folks are really excited about making that work. Couple of things here that we've got going on soon. I don't know if folks have noticed this. I believe Chief Cooney from the fire department has already spoken to the board about the new ambulance purchase, put out the RFP. He did include an idle mitigation system. This is a system that it's basically a superpowered battery that will provide electricity to emergency vehicles while they're on scene, so they don't have to run. It's about, I believe the one that was in the RFP that he was going to go for was about $15,000. But it had a payback period of probably around 3 years in fuel savings and wear and tear on the engine, because as most folks are probably familiar with, when an ambulance is now on scene, they still continue to run because they need to charge all of the equipment in the ambulance. So it's going to cut back on that, and the payback period is a lot shorter than the life of the ambulance. We're going to be replacing the Bugby hot water heater with an electric heat pump hot water heater. They went to heat pumps heating in January or February, and then we just realized the other day that they were still running their boiler, which is intended to heat the entire building. and they were running it for hot water for 2 bathrooms and 2 sinks. So there's just a lot of heat loss and unnecessary emissions because of that. So went over there with somebody a couple weeks ago to look at that, and hopefully we can get that replaced in the next 2 weeks or so. 2 kind of emerging things that we're trying to figure out how we're going to dance around it this year, because we didn't necessarily budget for it, is the boiler at the DPW headquarters at 173 Airport is kind of on its last leg. This last season, you could hear it from any room apparently towards the end. And it just hasn't been running well. We're hoping that we can do something with maybe USDA funds, ARPA funds, or something to try to find it if it does not last this heating season. Unfortunately, the boiler is only 18 years old. Typically, those kind of items should last 25 to 30 plus years. This boiler was really oversized for the building and had an issue with what's called short cycling, which means when your heating system is that oversized, it'll turn on, heat up the area within 5 to 10 minutes, turn off, area gets cool, turns on again, 5 to 10 minutes, turns off, instead of running at a steady state. And it's basically the heating system version of driving, city miles versus highway miles, where you have a lot of stop and start. And that's really where the wear and tear on the machinery happens. But realistically, a properly sized boiler should last a lot longer than that. The other issue is that the heat pump over at the wastewater treatment plant in White River Junction, we're having some issues with that. We need a new control system so that we can actually identify what's going on with the system. So we're looking to get that done, probably meeting with Jeremy Delisle and folks tomorrow to try to figure out when we can start getting that done. Because right now, it's really a matter of, if we're going to do these kind of things and make a difference from the climate action plan perspective, we need things to be running properly. The whitewater treatment plant does have heat pumps, but unfortunately, because of kind of this controls issue, they're relying on their oil boilers. So we need to get things working properly before we can reduce our emissions. It's just not the initial purchase, which brings me to the FYI 2024. Again, the things that are going to be in this, I just identified a couple of large independent variables. As I get into the budget cycle with different departments, there will be suggestions for aligning just decisions that they're going to make anyway with the cap. But I just kind of identified a couple things here that I would like to suggest as a whole. And the first thing here is that Hartford creates a facilities manager position. Hartford is a really large town, and we do not have anybody whose sole position is dedicated to our buildings. It kind of falls on the department head or whoever's closest to it by default. Buildings are becoming more complicated, and it's really a unique skill set. I mean, we need somebody that can look at this picture here of this house that's underneath that and realize that it's not a house, that's an ERV, an energy recovery unit. I spent about 3 minutes the other day looking at that myself and just trying to figure out why that house had such weird windows. But basically, this is the new thing that brings air in from outside for ventilation, sends old air out and allows it to cross over so that the air going out that's already been conditioned is heating up the air that's coming in. And you typically get about a 70% savings in energy. So we're not having to reheat that air. And these are complicated systems. We don't have anybody on staff whose sole job is to kind of figure this stuff out, figure out how to fix basic things. And again, these systems are more common. If you go to the 3rd floor right now of Town Hall, we've got one of these ERV systems up there. It's about 20, 25 feet long by 5 feet high by about 4 feet wide. So it's quite large. And that's what's for everybody right now in Town Hall, that's what's providing fresh air. But I think a facilities manager would also help us avoid unnecessary challenges. Recently, we've had things like the boiler at DPW dying early. We're adding heat to the Zamboni room over at WABA because the person that did the original load calculation miscalculated. So there's not enough heat in the Zamboni room. Again, we don't have anybody on staff to that was, dedicated to looking at that. And then, recently, past couple of years, and this is a really good example of where I think a facilities manager would help us out. The heat pump system in the finance office has been giving them problems for a number of years. I know when I started in October, I was told about this, how the heat pump system would occasionally send out this kind of toxic smelling fog, which was weird. And I heard about that. And then a couple months ago, it started happening again. Finally, we got an HVAC technician in there. We spent about an hour just kind of going through stuff. And eventually he got up into the system. And it's not like the system that's in the meeting room, the select board meeting room. The system in the finance office is behind the ceiling, so you can't see it, and it's ducted. And eventually what the tech found out was he went up there, I think he just accidentally put his hand on the condensation pump, which is the pump that removes water from the system when it's heating and cooling stuff. And he realized that what had happened was when the system was installed, it was installed about six inches from a floor joist. And the filter slot where they slide the filter in is the filter is about 3 feet long. So somebody kind of jammed it into this machine. It laid down for years, dust and stuff got into it, just bypassed the filter. The filter was clean when he pulled it out. And that eventually got on the heating coils and then into the heating and then into the condensate pump, caused the pump to burn out, flow back in and send out this fog. And this has led to really kind of severe issues in the finance department for the last 2 years or so, where they've closed down several times. They've called the fire department. And I think, having somebody on staff that could have checked that kind of stuff during install would have saved us a lot of headache. So, I think we can get somebody to check contracts, check work, get familiar with industry standards. And it's just really a kind of a common practice. So that's my pitch for that. That's the longest pitch I have tonight. But yeah, I'll move on. And then the next thing is we're still looking to insulate and air seal the Bugby Center. I gave a presentation on this a while ago, so I'm not going to get into it too much. But basically, the Bugby Center, their air loss is about what they say 14 ACH, which means that every hour, all the air in that building changes over 14 times. And that means that any kind of conditioned or heated air usually leaves the building within 3 to 4 minutes. And that really just causes a lot of heating bills and a lot of unnecessary admissions from having to heat that building. The other two things here that I have that are really kind of standout things that I'm going to ask for in the budget is to have some funds for job training. As we move forward with transitioning to electric vehicles, transitioning to electric heat pumps, I think we're going to need to keep our staff skill sets up to date with these things so that we don't need to send something out every time it breaks, so that we can have somebody that can do basic diagnosis of vehicles and such. The picture there is from a EV training that one of the town mechanics had asked about, and it's about a $10,000 training for a week, but it would get them familiar with how to diagnose an EV or hybrid vehicle. So if something was to happen, we don't have to send it out and have that downtime and have that lag. And then I'm also asking that we maintain the Climate Action Reserve Fund, which we have now. And we're starting to really see that there are unforeseen costs associated with the climate stuff. Could be little things like the heat pump at the Bugby Center that it's really hard for us to account for now, but it's good to have a reserve fund to be able to cover those costs. And that's kind of the 4 big things that are going to be in the budget or our budget recommendations. The rest that you'll see will be when I get with the departments and figure out what they're actually doing. And we start to talk about how to do that in a way that's compliant with the climate action plan. But that's going to be an ongoing process over the next several months. Just wanted to bring up 2 cap related things because these are things that I think people are looking at right now and they're going to be in our near future. But folks are interested in EV charging stations. There was money for EV. Yeah, there was money in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act for charging stations. The way those funds have been distributed is they've gone to the states, and now right now the states were required to put together at the beginning of the month. They had to submit at the beginning of the month their NEVI plan, their National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan. This is the plan where the federal government is requiring states to have, I believe it's 4 high-speed chargers within 1 mile of every exit of every highway, interstate highway. The state cannot distribute funds for EV chargers to municipalities and to anybody really until they have this infrastructure in place. So they put in their plans on August 1st. Now they've actually got to install those chargers, and the funds for Hartford or anybody else are not going to flow. Whatever the state has remaining, that those funds aren't going to flow out until they have that in place. And then the next big thing that we're going to see is the Inflation Reduction Act, which was signed about 4 or 5 hours ago. Based upon how ARPA and the Infrastructure Investment Act went, we probably won't have any idea on how to use those funds or how we can use those funds for another 8 to 9 months. So the legislation went in today, and it'll take the agencies probably 8 to 9 months to put out guidance and grants, et cetera. So the money's coming. It's the biggest investment in climate change in our country's history. We just won't know exactly what we can do for about 9 months. And then, as I like to do while I have the floor here and hopefully everybody's ears, is just kind of finish up with some community resources. There's a new organization called Green Saving Smart that provides financial and energy coaching to folks. It is income qualified, so you do need to be at a certain income level or below to qualify. But you can find them pretty easily if you were to Google Green Saving Smart. And also, if you come around town, I did put out some flyers for them the other day. I can give you somebody's card there to contact so that you can get in touch with a coach, and they will help you try to figure out how to save both energy and money. We are doing the Hartford Heartland window dressers build in November. We did recruit enough, pretty much capped out on our number of folks that we can make these inserts for. If you're not familiar with this program, we're basically making wooden inserts, custom made, that will slide into windows and prevent drafts. We may have a couple people drop out, so we might have a couple more slots open up if folks are looking for windows. Even if you're not looking for windows and you're just looking for a good time, I think we can provide that. We're gonna have food and hopefully a fun atmosphere in making these window dressers. November 3rd through the 10th, we'll be at the Wilder Library. Basically, we're starting to measure the windows now. Window dressers will chop the wood, but we get all these pre-made pieces that we get to put together in kind of a little Santos workshop and get them out to folks. So if you'd be interested in doing that, and again, we'll have food, music. Molly said that she's putting together her playlist now on her iPod, so it should be fun. Let me know if you're interested in joining us. It'd be great. And then last 2 things, Efficiency Vermont. I think everybody knows they offer rebates, things of that nature. They are getting funds through the IIJA and should be, I don't know that they've done it yet, but they should be expanding the income qualifications or income limits to who can get what services. And then I realize Green Mountain Power is often overlooked as a place to go for rebates, but Green Mountain Power does do things like provide level 1 chargers to folks. If you get an EV vehicle, they're the ones who provided the charger on the side of Town Hall. And now they got a program where if you want to get a Tesla battery wall for the side of your house, they lease those at like a reduced cost. So that way if the power goes out, you can continue to get power. And they got other stuff as well. If anybody has any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me. There's my phone number, my email, or if you call the town manager's office, they can get you in touch with me. So I'll stop here and take any questions.
Dana.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions, comments? Rocket?
Yeah, thank you. Dana, thank you for this great presentation. I'm just wondering if you could email us all a copy of it.
Sure.
That would be great. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Lanny has his hand raised.
Oh, Lanny?
Yeah, Dana, a couple of questions, if I might, going back at the boiler DPW. You stated that we needed to replace the boiler unit. Can't we simply just put in a new burner that's a little undersized to keep it running more often, or is the complete boiler unit shot? I mean, what you're saying would indicate to me that the burner is shot because it keeps cycling, but the boiler, the internal boiler itself should be okay. I don't understand why we need to replace the whole unit.
You know, I don't know that anybody's opened it up yet. We've had people come do an assessment external. We might be able to do that, but I don't know the answer to that offhand.
Who do we have for a contractor for that?
I don't know who they've been using. I know the folks that came out to look at to do the other assessment was Alliance most recently. I don't know who DPW was using in the past. I know they've had somebody out there that was leaning towards, yes, you're going to need to replace it. And then we are looking at replacing it with heat pumps, because that is going to kind of the next technology to move towards for climate reasons.
Right, I understand that the largest, you know, the big picture item, but I mean, the largest problem there is with this is the labor involved with ripping out a boiler system and replacing it with heat pumps. So if we could just downsize the burner, I think we should look into possibilities of that. And the other thing I had for question for you is that we just recently replaced the roofs of the Bugby Senior Center. Did the installation not get done, or what was the story with that when they replaced the roof? When they replaced the roof, they didn't do anything for insulation?
No, the roof, all they did was the external tiles and whatnot. They may have replaced the boards, the sheathing, but nothing happened with the insulation. And
okay, they put metal roofing on it, I believe. So,
pardon?
Wasn't it metal roofing that was put on the Bugby Senior Center?
I'd have to double check. Now that you asked me, but I know it was just the external roof.
Okay, so nothing internal was done then for sheathing or say. All right.
No,
so if sheathing was
no.
ripped up, it would. Okay.
And
All
for
right.
those that haven't heard me say it, basically the way that they did the Bugby Center was they have floor joist, and somebody just stapled fiberglass bats to the bottom of that floor joist and called it a day. There's no drywall ceiling like you would have in a normal house to stop air leakage.
And then one more question I guess I have is that I can't remember where I heard it, and I'm sure you would know this, is that old outdated refrigerators and air conditioners can be turned in. I'm not sure if it's Efficiency Vermont that takes those, but somewhere I heard you can get a $50 rebate if you have running air conditioners and refrigerators you can turn in. I know it's through Efficiency Vermont or something, but I don't know if we can. Tracy, do you know what I'm talking about? And
Yeah,
who
Lanny.
they-
Oh my goodness, y'all. It is through Efficiency Vermont. I want to say it's $50 for regular refrigerators and freezers, and something less, something like $25 for window air conditioners. I don't know if they have any sort of limits on that, but I do know it's through Efficiency Vermont.
So do you know who someone in the general public might reach out to is it directly through Efficiency Vermont, or are they
have a really great website. I would go to Efficiency Vermont and look through the rebate section and see if that's still available, and if not, what else they might have available, because they keep that really well updated for rebates.
Yeah, so just anybody who's out there in the general public is watching, if you have an old, outdated, inefficient air conditioner, refrigerator, and you're looking to upgrade it to something newer that's more efficient, now's the time, because you can get some money back from that. So, okay, thank you.
And also, I just want to add, if anybody out there is watching, but they're not computer savvy or they don't like doing stuff on the internet, please reach out to me. I'll find our regional rep for Efficiency Vermont, and you can do it old school over the phone, I'm sure.
Great. Any other questions for Dana?
I do. Can I jump in?
Yeah, sure.
First of all, Dana, I want to thank you for also doing some modifications to that implementation plan where you've like associated the climate action plan chapters and strategies and put start dates and end dates and added microtransit. That's so I'm very excited about that. I have a couple questions. The EV skilled trained mechanics. Do we have, what's the status, Tracy, of the, I think it's in this fiscal year, the dedicated mechanic for public safety? Or was it for public works?
Public safety, and he's been moved. We accepted Paul Saucier into that position, and we are this close to filling the regular mechanic position.
Is it potential that there is like that those positions could, those employees could be gain some training in EV repair?
That's Dana's intention with this. Right now, I have the only EV in town. But as we
The whole town? You mean in town employee?
I'm
Okay.
a town employee. I drive the only electric vehicle owned by the town of Vermont, or a town of Hartford, Vermont. And so right now we do contract some of the more technical work on it. But again, you know, the second we get a second one, it would be worthwhile for us to be able to do that work in-house.
Awesome.
And that's
Okay.
something that's on Dana's plan to start working towards.
Perfect. And then in the mechanicals, like the DPW and Bugby heat pump and things, those are things that are not currently budgeted for in the 23 budget. Is that correct?
The DPW is not. The Bugby Center, I think Tracy and I had talked about using Climate Action Reserve Fund because it's pretty short money to replace the heat pump.
Is that
But
the one
the-
that just the controls or no?
No. The heat pump is just it's just a water heater at Bugby. The control
What
issue.
would be the wastewater plant one.
The wastewater plant one, we're starting with the controls. The control issue is outdated. The folks who installed it apparently are no longer around. They can't get a hold of them. So we can't even get anybody to help us fix the existing system. And it's going to be, I believe it's going to, we've been quoted around $12,000 to replace the control system, which basically then gives you a dashboard where you can go in and really identify specifically what parts of a system are working and what aren't.
Mhm. And let me just so, because so we're still later on, we're during the budget cycle, we are gonna have a presentation from a specific budget presentation from Dana about what his department is seeking for budget requests. You're looking for guidance from us right now for what to put, like potentially to include in your budget request, is that correct?
I got a little circular for me, Kim. What we're looking at doing is Dana will be consulting with not every department. He doesn't really need to necessarily go into the clerk's department or the assessor's department unless they identify that they need him, but Parks and Rec, Public Works, Fire, and Police, going into them and checking in with them about their budget priorities and where they kind of interline with the climate action plan. We wouldn't put these separately in Dana's budget because that would be technically inaccurate with the general ledger, right? We would need to book these costs into the department that is incurring the costs. So Public Works, Bugby, those sorts of things. We're still figuring out how we best want to lay this out for all of you, whether Dana comes in with me when we talk about the town manager's office group and we talk about some of these overarching things and the reserve fund. And then, maybe unfortunately Dana does have to also come in with Public Works and walk you through some of his work in that department. Still kind of figuring out what would work best for him and for everybody involved, but those are some options as we get closer to budget season.
Okay, and I know that H. Corey has a draft that they're hoping to submit very soon, where Dana has requested, or CAST has requested the sort of committees and commissions to, so I don't know if you've gotten those from, have you gotten several of those from other commissions yet, or are you still waiting for some?
I'm still waiting for, I believe, 3.
Okay. I know, I mean, H Corey has a draft. We just need to kind of get everybody, see if everyone's on board and wants to edit, and then that'll be ready for you probably maybe by the end of this week even, if we're meeting Wednesday. Because those are things like in that we were looking at health and safety and climate economy, and there's definitely some things that overlap in there. One thing I was curious about is the facilities manager that you referenced.
Mhm.
Is there a direct correlation to that in the cap?
I don't know there's a direct correlation to that in the cap. It's more of, if we're gonna reduce emissions, we need things to be working properly.
Mhm.
And we need somebody to be focused on that. So I don't know that it's necessarily in the cap per se, but if you talk to Ted that wrote, from Blue Dot, it is a living document. There are things that they that they may have missed. So,
For sure.
and I think there's an
Yeah, I
assumption.
totally get that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I guess it'd be interesting to see, I mean, like, there's definitely, I think a priority for me is to, to gain parity with the Upper Valley community with the existing salaries that the staff makes. And so I think I'm gonna need to be hard sold to add a new position at this point for that, but maybe for 25, or maybe, I mean, the board may have other feelings, but that's just my initial reaction. And the last question is, do you currently have a recommendation of how much we should be putting in the reserve funds at this point?
I believe the current amount for the current year for reserve fund is 65,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, I think.
65 per year?
Yeah.
Or that's currently in there, but per year, I don't know that have a recommendation on how much to put in each year after that. I don't know that.
Okay, because we probably want to kind of fine tune that a little bit. The only other things I've had on my notes for my own budget guidance wish list is to still look at the possibility of modification of building codes and incentivize impact fees where, I don't know exactly where that goes, but it will probably cost money to do something like that. And then, of course, remediation of the transfer station, which is also, something I hope that's my ARPA pick, but I know we all have lots of different ARPA priorities. Okay, I think that's it for me.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Dana. Appreciate
Hey,
it.
just a shout out to Dana. He's been here 10 months. 10 months.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dana.
Oh, wait,
Thank
let
you,
me,
Dana.
if there's any notes online, anyone online?
Thank you.
No hands raised.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Dana.
Thanks.
All right, we'll do commission reports. Why don't we start with Lanny?
Yeah, Charter Committee, we're still working through it. There's a lot of things that are coming up. We're going through all the sections. Just keep poking away at it. There's nothing concrete yet that we can get to. We've talked about the language. One of the things that came up in our meeting today actually was that we have a housing committee, Hartford Housing Committee, that's in our charter that no one seems to know anything about. It's been listed on there. So that needs to go away. So yeah, we're finding a lot of things that no one really knows. Apparently it was something that was established. Hartford Housing Committee was coalition, I guess, or something like that, was established back 20 years ago. I asked Lori about it and she has a vague memory of it, but she's been there like 24 years and she says it was like 20 years ago that we had something like that. So a lot of things that having to go away. So.
Well, thank you, Lanny. Rocket, anything?
Nothing to report.
Okay, Allie, you got any reports?
Sure. So Resilient Hartford, they've been having some work outings to in the Clifford Park Food Forest to plant cover crops in the Abenaki Garden, which is very exciting. And either it's already happened or it's going to happen. There's going to be another work outing sometime this month. And they're developing and proposing a very innovative rain gutter system to support a consistent water source for the food forest. So looking at potential grants. And there is an opening on the committee. I know we were talking about we might have someone already who's interested in filling that spot, but there's a committee spot open. And then Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion. We had an initial discussion about if the DEI trainings that, we're hopefully, going to embark on that path as a select board very soon. And we've already had our communications training, but if there are opportunities to have school board representatives be a part of that, that was just a very initial discussion. And we'd of course would have to talk to both boards about that, but there seemed to be interest in that from the select board and the school board reps and the committee as a whole. There was a meeting with the Tuck School of Business around working with some of their programs to support the public information officer position. And there's going to be a pitch session at Tuck on September 7th. And that's where businesses and towns can pitch projects to the students, and the students decide if they're going to work with which pitch they're going to work on. The person who H. Corey folks, and I believe Tracy, you were maybe also there too, that the person said it's very likely that Hartford would get picked because there's a lot of interest in kind of municipal and civic engagement projects. So that's very exciting. And H. Corey will start working on that pitch. And then I've mentioned the Equitable and Inclusive Communities grant from the Vermont Community Foundation. But the committee is just kind of continuing to gather supporting documentation to get that grant through the pipeline, which is exciting. That's all I got.
Thank you, Ally. Mary?
Nothing to report.
I have a question for Ally. The pitch with Tuck, is that specifically through H. Corey, or is that open to Hartford as a municipal government, or?
So I believe a bunch of, if I'm understanding your question correctly, a bunch of different businesses and other municipalities that they want to can be part of that pitch session.
Okay, so
and
H. Corey
present.
is exploring that as a possible pitch as well.
What we've been talking about with working with a group of students to kind of scope out the public information officer position, that would be the pitch that H. Corey would put forward and say like, hey, this is something that, and a communication strategy is something the town of Hartford is interested in and feel like we need, this is why, and then the students would decide if they want to work on that project.
Dan?
Yeah, from the tree board, Jim Henderson, the tree warden, has chosen to donate his whole $2,750 stipend for use in the budget to maintain our urban tree population. And the tree board is reaching out to Key Auto Group to ask them to increase the amount of green space in the big parking lot at Gateway behind the strip that is currently planned. And there'll be a tree identification walk in early September, so look for that date shortly.
Thank you, Dan. Kim, anything?
Unfortunately, I don't know if Ally wants to report it. I had to miss the last planning commission, which was discussion around the RV zoning change requests, and I haven't even had a chance to read the minutes, so I can't report on that now. You wanna share anything?
I wasn't there for the full meeting.
Okay.
So
Yeah, if we want to do it next meeting, it seems like it's an issue of enough interest that we could do it at like another commission.
I will, my apologies, or I can at least email it to Lana so that she could put it in the minutes maybe.
That sounds great. Then I don't have anything to report, so we'll move to the consent agenda, and I am willing to take a motion.
What's on the date of the consent agenda for that?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion.
Wait,
Wait, just a minute. I want to find out. Yeah, I need to pull out the meeting minutes dates, please. Approve the meeting minutes separately.
Why?
Because I wish to abstain from 8/2/2022 minutes.
Okay. Well,
making any changes to the actual minutes?
No, I just wish to
so
abstain
just that I
from
want to know what I have to be prepared to write.
I just want to abstain from
Okay.
voting for that.
all righty. Well, why don't we just separate them out, Dan? I take a motion for everything else, and then we can take a separate motion to approve the meeting minutes of 8/2/2022.
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the payroll ending 8/13/2022, approve meeting minutes of 7/26/2022, the AP manifest of 8/5 and 8/9/2022, select board meeting, approve select board meetings of 9/6 and 9/2022, with the select board meeting already approved of 8/23.
We have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, one question on the 8/2/2022 minutes, Lenny. Do you believe they're inaccurate or something? Is there like a basis for your objection?
Yeah, I made a statement at that meeting that I would not be part of the discussion for that meeting, and I do not want my name attached to that. So I'm going to abstain.
Okay, well, your
Within my
name
right.
will be attached as abstaining, I believe, from this vote. So I'm happy to take a motion to approve
fine.
8/2/2022 minutes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 8/2/22 minutes.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Abstention.
Opposed? 0, and we have an abstention from Lanny. Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I second the motion.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, everyone.
Who moved it?
I moved.
Jim.
And I seconded.
Wait, who did the second on the August 2nd meeting minutes?
Did someone second? Well, I thought they muted the CATV.
Okay. So it's just you and me talking. Did you get a second on the August 2nd meeting minutes?
No, I didn't quite see who seconded it, but we can figure.
I'll
it out.
ask.
All
It
right,
sounded
sounds
like
good.
Mary.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Talk to you later.